Stepped out. Director Simpson,
Present.
Director Vinoy,
Present.
and Chair Zomber.
Present.
We have 8 present. We have a quorum. We also have 2 student delegates with us for the first time tonight. We have Mateo de la Cruz and Ingrid Meltzer here. Thank you for being here this evening. And I see that Director Reza has returned to the room. Present. Thank you. Now we officially have 8 present and have a quorum.
Thank you. The chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so and asks that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnic rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwe, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohican sovereign nations remain present to this day. At Milwaukee Public Schools, we proudly serve and uplift the brilliance, resilience, and potential of the Black children in our community. We recognize the historical and systemic challenges that impact their journeys, and we are committed to creating a nurturing and empowering environment that honors their identities, celebrates their culture, and provides equitable opportunities for success. The Milwaukee Board of Directors stands with our children, families, and community to build pathways for excellence, leadership, and lasting change. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si deseas escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al número 312-626-6799. Otra vez, el número es 312-626-6799. Introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building. It's also being trying to broadcast on WYMS radio. It looks like it's on air, 88.9 FM and via the MPS YouTube stream. Links to the broadcast and to our agenda and attachments may be found on the Board of School Directors page of the MPS website under upcoming meetings. Before we move to our agenda, the chair will ask that we share in a moment of silence to recognize the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Ray Blair, a retired teacher from Bradley Trade and Technical School. Terry Harvey, a retired network support specialist from Fritchie Middle School. Susan Quas, a retired teacher from Milwaukee School of Languages. Melody Lewis, a building service helper from Vincent High School. Maureen Lipton, a retired counselor and volunteer ESL teacher. Margaret Morgan, a retired teacher from Manitoba School. Joseph Riley, a retired teacher from Hamilton High School. Charlotte Thompson, a children's health assistant from STARMS. The board also recognizes the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson, who devoted his life to fighting for human and civil rights. Reverend Jackson worked tirelessly to bring people together on common ground across lines of race, culture, class, gender, and belief. Could we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you. Each month, the Milwaukee Board of School Directors accepts the public's input, both at the committee's meetings and through correspondence submitted to the Office of Board Governance. As this is the regular monthly meeting of the board, however, in accordance with board rules, the board will not be accepting comment at tonight's meeting. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments, questions, and requests should be directed to the chair of the committee, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. The board appreciates and encourages stakeholder input and assumes that members of the public will participate in a civil manner. Conduct that prevents the good order of the meeting will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in behavior that persistently disrupts the meeting may be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected may continue to listen to the meeting or access agenda items online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. No one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Now, let us begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
Madam Chair, Madam President, the first item is the awards and commendations. We have one commendation tonight. Action on a proclamation by Director Fons to honor Amelia Mallory and recognize March as Women's History Month within MPS. This proclamation is sponsored by Director Fons. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed.
Madam Secretary, would you please read the proclamation?
Proclamation in honor of Amelia Mallory and of the designation of March 2026 as Women's History Month in Milwaukee Public Schools by Director Fons. Whereas Amelia Mallory was born in the state of New York between 1829 and 1831 and moved with her family to Milwaukee in 1850. And whereas Amelia Mallory began her service as an educator in Milwaukee Public Schools in 1850 or 1851, teaching primary grades at the First Ward School, and later resumed teaching during the 1863-64 school year at the 7th Ward School, also known as Hadley School, where she instructed intermediate and grammar level students. And whereas on September 1st, 1869, the principalship of the 7th Ward School was vacant, and the school board had planned to appoint a man to the position. And whereas, in a pivotal moment of courage and conviction, School Board Commissioner Falens introduced a petition recommending the appointment of Amelia Mallory instead, a petition signed by respected community leaders including Dr. Johnson, Reverend J. M. Buchanan, and Honorable H. L. Palmer. And whereas Commissioner Rooney moved that Amelia Mallory's name be inserted in place of the previously recommended male candidate, and despite objections that the board's bylaws precluded the election of a woman to a principalship, the motion was adopted by a vote of 9-7. And whereas Amelia Mallory thereby became the first woman principal ever elected by this board. And whereas in assuming this leadership role, Amelia Mallory supervised 9 teachers, including male staff, and earned a salary equal to that of her male counterparts, $1,200 in 1869-70 and $1,400 in 1870-71. Demonstrating an early and powerful example of gender equity in leadership and compensation. And whereas her appointment and service demonstrate how courage, allyship, and the willingness to question unjust norms can expand opportunity not only for one individual, but for generations of students and leaders to come. And whereas the month of March is nationally recognized as Women's History Month, a time to honor the achievements, leadership, and impact of women throughout history and within our own community, now therefore be it resolved that the Milwaukee Board of School Directors proudly honors the legacy of Amelia Mallory as a pioneering educator and the first woman principal elected by this board, and be it further resolved that the Milwaukee Board of School Directors hereby proclaims the month of March 2026 as Women's History Month in Milwaukee Public Schools, encouraging all students, staff, families, and community members to celebrate the accomplishments of women, past and present, and to recognize the power of allyship, equity, and courageous leadership in advancing justice and opportunity for all. Introduced February 26, 2026.
Thank you. Director Fons, would you like to make any remarks?
I'd just like to recognize Jim Nelson for doing the research on this proclamation. And one side note, if you look at the wages for principals in 1860s, right, 1,200. Now, that's not CPI adjusted, but you know, it was an okay wage even in those days. So I'm certainly going to vote aye for this proclamation. And again, thank Jim Nelson for doing the research.
Thank you. Do any other board members wish to make comments? No? Okay. Oh, Director Ferguson?
I'll just thank Director Fons for bringing this forward.
Yeah, I would echo that. I think it's a important part of MPS history, and it's nice to look back and be able to see these important moments. Okay, if there's no further discussion, will the secretary please, oh, actually, we need a motion. What's the pleasure of the board with respect to this proclamation? Director Ferguson?
I motion to adopt the proclamation authored by Director Fons as read.
We have a second. Seconded by Director Reza. Okay, if there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to adopt the proclamation authored by Director Fons as presented, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
Director Vinoy,
Aye.
and Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
The next item is action on the minutes of the December and January special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. Oh, I just read your part, Madam Secretary, but that's okay. I'll just continue. If there's no corrections, the minutes will be approved by consensus. Seeing no objections, okay, the minutes are approved. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Madam President, we have 2 communications from the superintendent. The first is the monthly report with possible action of the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the superintendent please present the report?
Good evening, President Zombor and members of the board. First, I want to welcome Mateo and Ingrid for their incredible service on this board, and then also the entire Student Advisory Council for developing an amazing program for themselves and selection of their delegates to the board. And we had a lot of public input from them in this decision to be able to be part of this board. And I'm just excited to welcome them tonight, so welcome. I'm also presenting my monthly report, which includes updates on our safe haven work, information on upcoming budget meetings, and an overview of events that have taken place over the last month. Lots going on in Milwaukee Public Schools. We continue to update our safe haven plans as we connect with families, employees, and community partners. And today, through our MPS Express newsletter, we provided updates again on how to respond to an off-campus presence of immigration agents. We have also updated our safe haven resources based on feedback from MPS stakeholders and community partners. We have created narrated comprehensive English and Spanish presentations that outline the Safe Haven resolution and our plans. All of this is posted on our Safe Haven webpage at mpsmke.com/safehaven. Lastly, we are currently in the process of printing wallet-sized reference cards for school staff that include a script to use and actions to take if immigration agents were to be present at the school. The cards will be delivered directly to schools for distribution in the next weeks. This week, we held our first budget community meeting, and I appreciate all of our employees and community members and family members who came out to share their feedback and ideas. We have 3 more lined up, 2 in-person meetings and 1 that will be held virtually. In these meetings, we will discuss the 2026-27 school year budget priorities, processes, and timeline, and answer questions from the community. Again, these are open to MPS families, staff, and general public, and we hope to see you there. On February 11th, MPS received a $5 million federal grant to expand mental health services. This grant will allow MPS to further build its psychologist pipeline in partnership with Alverno and UW-Madison, and build on our referendum supporting mental health support for our students. Last year, the National Association of Psychologists recognized MPS with its highest designation for school psychology services. We are extremely proud of this honor, and it's our aim to keep up the good work in all of our schools. I'd like to congratulate our graduates. Winter graduation took place on January 30th, and I'm so proud of our students and what they've accomplished. I think the smiles on their faces speak to just how proud they are too. In February, we are celebrating Black History Month. This slide showcases just a few of the many ways in which our students and staff have been participating in the celebrations across all of MPS. On the top right, students in the Girls of Color program at Douglas Middle School gathered for a panel to discuss what Black History Month means to them and how their program creates a space for connection, confidence, and celebration of their culture. In the top left, you can see the Black male panel at Vincent High School, who were given the opportunity to engage in meaningful conversations highlighting leadership and perseverance. The photo below shows a Black and Latino male achievement event that brought staff from across the district together for meaningful conversation around equity and social justice to help build our shared commitment to supporting all students and families. Finally, the photo on the bottom right shows students at Cooper Elementary School celebrating Black History Month with an inspiring performance honoring culture, history, and achievement. The I Voted Early sticker contest was held by the City of Milwaukee in collaboration with MPS, one of the many ways that we have developed our relationship with the City of Milwaukee. Boston Ingram, a 4th grade student at Elm Creative Arts School, is shown here with his winning design. There were 3 other MPS winners, 2 students and a teacher. Their creative designs will be featured during the upcoming elections. Safety is one of our 3 core pillars, and we are continuing to strengthen it with new higher-tech daily safety scans in all of our high schools and traditional middle schools this spring. The new technology is responsive to student concerns, providing faster, less invasive scans while maintaining strong protection against weapons. This widely used system, found in places like sports arenas and even the U.S. Congress, does not use facial recognition or collect any student data. And as you may have heard, our colleagues from Kenosha came to visit us last week to see how it works as they prepare for implementation of their scanners in their district. The rollout began in early February and continues in coming weeks, and we are pleased to have this improved layer of safety moving forward and to continue to get good feedback from our students on its implementation so that we can even improve more. MPS has partnered for the past 20 years with the Heart Safe Schools program through the nonprofit project ATOM. ATOM stands for Automated Defibrillators in Adam's Memory. On February 17th, MPS was recognized as a national model for urban school systems. The program is dedicated to preventing deaths from sudden cardiac arrest in children throughout ongoing training and emergency drills. During the 24-25 school year, 119 school sites completed 4 or more automated external defibrillator drills, contributing to a total of 541 full drills conducted district-wide in a single year. There were 2 exciting kindergarten enrollment fairs this year, taking place at South Division and North Division high schools. Families gathered from all over the city to learn about our schools and programs and speak with school staff while their children enjoyed some fun activities. It was truly inspiring to see our staff and community members come together for both of these events and see how MPS shines. As you may know, I'm a hockey player and quite the fan, and on Saturday, February 21st, I had the honor of dropping the ceremonial puck at my first Milwaukee Admirals game. It was an exciting overtime win. And we also won the Olympics, both the women's and the men's hockey team this past weekend. Early in the month, Senator Tammy Baldwin visited Pulaski High School. We are so grateful for her work supporting the restoration of our federal grant dedicated to recruiting and training special ed teachers in MPS in partnership with UW-Madison. The funding was restored under a federal spending package signed in early February, helping to strengthen support for our students and education. We look forward to continuing to work with Madison on the application for the next grant. We gathered Milwaukee leaders, faith groups, and elected officials at our inaugural Interfaith Breakfast on February 7th. I want to thank Director Ferguson for his vision and for his leadership in this event, and I look forward to a continued outreach to our faith leaders. MPS students gave us a beautiful musical performance, and we were able to discuss our Milwaukee children and the importance of raising them as a collective community. It was a beautiful event. Riverside University High School's Drumline performed at the State of the State address on February 17th. This marked the last of these addresses for Governor Tony Evers. Our students were honored to be there and be a part of it. MPS continues to partner with the Milwaukee Health Department, which received a $400,000 grant from the CDC to support lead screenings for our students. On Tuesday, we hosted a screening clinic at Keefe Avenue Elementary where representatives from the CDC, the mayor, and community partners joined us to speak before the clinic opened. Instead of scheduling a separate appointment or traveling to a doctor's office, students were able to be screened right at school. And the clinic was also open later in the day for other children throughout the community. This grant will allow us to provide screenings for up to 8,000 children. Our next community lead screening clinics will be held March 25th from 4 to 6 p.m. at Escuela View and April 28th from 4 to 6 p.m. at Burbank. I want to thank everyone for their time, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Do any board members wish to make any comments or ask questions? Director O'Halloran?
Just the quickest plug for a hockey fan that on behalf of District 8, I'm very proud to share that the co-op team that Reagan participates in will be playing tomorrow night in the sectionals. They're called the Ice Force. They co-op with Muskego and Oak Creek, and so it's very exciting. And so any of you hockey fans that want to continue the, that Olympic high, if you want to keep that going, you can go down to, I think they're playing at the UWM Panther Arena tomorrow night, so get your tickets now.
Wonderful. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Madam Secretary, what is the next item from the superintendent?
Madam President, the next communication is action on a recommendation to amend the 2025-2026 interdistrict transfer agreements. The recommendation is that the board, 1, approve the 2025-2026 interdistrict transfer agreements for the school districts as indicated in the attachment to this item, and 2, authorize the administration to enter into contracts to provide transportation services with the school districts indicated in attachment 1 for the 2025-2026 school year.
Will the superintendent please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Casellia, Superintendent. This item is presented annually to ensure continued compliance and uninterrupted services for students participating in the Chapter 220 program. In 2015, Chapter 220 began a formal phase-out process that eliminated new student enrollment while allowing current participants to remain in the program through high school graduation. As a result, participation has steadily declined over the past decade, with 74 students remaining in the interdistrict transfer program for the 2025-26 school year. Students currently enrolled in Chapter 220 are in grades 9 through 12, with the program's full phase-out anticipated in June 2029. To maintain compliance and ensure continuity of services, we are requesting authorization to enter into transportation agreements with 7 participating suburban districts. These agreements will provide funding for transportation services for students attending the following districts: Greendale School District, Hamilton School District, McQuan Thiensville School District, Nicollet Union High School, Whitefish Bay School District, and Whitnall School District. Funding will be provided to Germantown School District, which will operate its own transportation services and receive reimbursement accordingly. The administration requests board approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? What's the pleasure of the board? Director Simpson?
I move approval of administration to 1, enter into the inter-district transfer agreement for the school districts seen in the attachment, and 2, also enter into contracts to approve transportation services in attachment 1 for the 2025-26 school year.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Director Reza. Okay. Madam Secretary, did you get all of that?
I believe so.
Okay.
On Director Simpson's motion to approve the 25-26 interdistrict transfer agreements for the school districts as indicated in the attachment to this item, and 2, to authorize the administration to enter into contracts to provide transportation services as indicated in attachment to this item, attachment 1 to this item. Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
Director Vinoy,
Aye.
and Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Board Clerk, Chief Officer, Office of Board Governance?
Madam President, there are 3 communications from the Office of Board Governance. The first communication is the monthly report with possible action from the Board Clerk Chief Officer. This is an informational item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the Office of Board Governance please present the report?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Tina Owen Moore, Chief Officer, Office of Board Governance. Just a couple of items tonight. My report is attached to the item, but similar to Dr. Casalius, I wanted to make sure that we welcome our student delegates and tell you a little bit about background on their role here on the board. So we actually have 3 student delegates who were selected by their peers from the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council to represent the student interest here at the board. So they will be invited to attend any meetings of the board, and also to get all of the communications from the board, as long as those aren't in closed session or confidential items. But the goal, too, is to have them participate very similar to the ways you have conversations. So feel free to invite them to ask questions or share perspectives, and the students should feel very comfortable doing that also on the different items. Our office is going to do a bit of training for our student delegates on Friday, March 6th. We're going to kind of bring them through the same process that our new board members go through and teach them how to use ESB, teach them how the process runs here, how to communicate, and just all those things. So we are looking forward to having them here. We actually have Mateo de la Cruz from Reagan High School. He's a 12th grader, and he's going to be serving through the end of June because he's going to be graduating soon. We have Ingrid Meltzer, who is also here tonight, who is from Milwaukee High School of the Arts, and she is a junior who will serve through June also of 2027. And then we also have Luna Matos, who is not here tonight, but also will be serving from Rufus King High School, who's also a junior who will serve through June of 2027. So if it is okay with you, I would like to give the 2 students who are here tonight just a moment or 2 to introduce themselves and share a little bit about why they're excited, hopefully excited to be in these roles. So, Madam President, all right with you?
Was really excited to try and pave, feel that their voice and meaningful impact.
Hello, my name is Ingrid. I am also extremely excited to be here. I'm excited to show students that they can make change when they decide that they can do it, because that's the most important step to begin with.
Thank you both. This is part of your policy also. The board's policy said that we would have student representatives who are delegates to the board. I want to thank a few of the educators who also helped to make this possible. So Mr. Valdez was helping with this a little over a year ago just to bring this policy to life. So I want to thank him, even though he's retired now, but really for helping us to kickstart that, and the students working with him on that too. A couple of them have graduated. Jenny Hofschulte was also who filled that interim role with the Students Superintendent Advisory Council and really shepherded this process and the voting and all of those pieces and getting this to fruition. So thank you, Jenny. And then I want to welcome Mary Grant, who is just hired into that role of supporting the Superintendent Student Advisory Council and will be helping us as we move forward. So thank you to all of them. Thank you to the students, and thank you to all the students on the Superintendent's Advisory Council. And with that, I will end my report.
Thank you. Do members have any comments or questions? Director Seamson?
It's very exciting to see student representation here. I know it's been an ask of the various youth groups that, are present in our high schools to have that representation on the board. So it is really nice to see that actually, it's here. So yeah, thank you to everybody. Thank you for the service that you're providing to your peers. It is really important, and I love how you both emphasized how that voice is truly beneficial to the district, to us as board members. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, Madam Secretary.
Madam President, and it would be a shame if I didn't also thank Dr. Casillas because she has been such a champion of this from the beginning too. So thank you, Dr. Casillas, for all your work to make this happen.
Thank you. And then I just want to also invite Mateo and Ingrid, and I know Luna's not here, but reach out to the board members too as as you're getting more of the information, you'll kind of learn who's on what committee, kind of what our areas of interest are, and I know we'd all love to answer questions and help get information for you as we move forward with this process. And I know you're still doing your training, but if there's anything tonight, just feel free to raise your hand and you can comment as well. I know sometimes my script says board member comments, but feel free to raise your hand and be a part of these discussions. Director Ferguson.
I just wanted to say thank you. In the spirit of Black History Month and being on the cusp of Women's History Month, I want to quote Whitney Houston. She said, in The Greatest Love of All, I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way.
Are you going to
Welcome.
sing it? Are you going to sing it?
Chris, I think you should sing it because you sang at your birthday party and you did a really great job. But welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communication, let's see. Okay. What is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
Madam President, the next communication from the Office of Board Governance is the monthly report with possible action on legislative activities affecting MPS. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the Office of Board Governance please present the report?
President Zambor, members of the board, Chris Thiel, Office of Governmental Relations. Thank you again for your attention this evening, and I think probably the major update we have this month relates to some of the discussion we've had over the last year or two. Two items in particular I think are of note. One, we are at the end of the legislative session for this year, which is actually wrapping up a little bit early on Friday. The State Assembly adjourned, and I'm going to put a little asterisk on that because they may come back. And at that meeting, actually on Thursday, the current Speaker of the Assembly, Robin Voss, made it known that he would not be running for re-election. So he was the longest-serving Speaker, certainly in state history, I think in the country, and that kind of ends that era of his leadership. And as we head toward elections in November, there are a lot of questions out there and predictions about what our next legislative session might look like and what it may hold. But I just wanted to note that because as that session was ending and up until the evening of Friday, you may have seen there's a lot of discussion in the media about property taxes. We've mentioned last month and again this month we continue to have about a $2.4 billion balance along with a $2 billion rainy day fund. And the governor and the speaker and the Senate Majority Leader have been discussing what might be done with those funds. So we have a couple different proposals out there. Both include really significant increases to the school levy tax credit, which again is not school funding, but a tax credit. Another component would be to honor the commitment that was already made in the last state budget to get special ed reimbursement up to 42% and 45%. So the goalposts have been moving quite a bit over the last 6-7 months. So I just want to make sure that we articulate this in kind of the proper way. And then the governor has also proposed an additional $450 million for general aid to support the equalization aid funding system that supports K-12 education. Going back to July of 2025, those are things that would usually simply just be put in place. It was common practice, and in fact, Governor Scott Walker mentioned that when he was governor, no matter if you were a Democrat or a Republican, the state, as it's obligated to do under the state constitution, would put general aid in there to fund schools. And in a highly unusual move this budget season, no general aid was put in place. So Fast forward to today, when we are talking, or the governor at least is talking about $450 million put into general aid, and while that's very good, that should have already been done by a normally operating legislature. And similarly, we're talking about a $200 million figure when it comes to supporting special education. And again, that is to keep a promise that was already made for public schools. So those are numbers, and obviously when you're talking about millions of dollars, it can sound big, but just to put that in context of what is usual practice for the state, those things should have already been funded. And then in terms of the property tax phenomenon that we have, one way to reduce those property taxes is to put money into something called the school levy tax credit. For some reason, in this state's history, people in Madison have sometimes described that as funding for schools. It is not. It is a tax credit. You cannot spend that money. You can't budget with that money. But it does reduce property taxes. Fast forward to Monday evening, another significant moment occurred in our state history. In Eau Claire County, a lawsuit was filed against the state legislature for violating the state constitution when it comes to funding K-12 education. This is something, the primary counsel for the group representing the plaintiffs is named Law Forward. They have a website which is fundwipublicschools.org, fundwipublicschools.org. So if anybody wants to see the complaint, get the detail, they have a website up there that provides additional information. But what you will see there is something that we've had as part of our monthly presentations for 3 years plus perhaps, which is the statement made by Justice Patrick Crooks in the Vincent versus Voigt decision, really defining what the obligation of the state legislature is if it wants to pass constitutional muster for funding our schools. And as we have discussed here in the past, focusing on making sure we're serving students challenged by poverty, students with disabilities, English learners, as well as the general population of our students who have been underfunded. And as we have discussed, we're in the 17th year now where per pupil funding has not kept pace with inflation, and special needs funding for students with disabilities is, I think, still last in the nation, as of the last information that we have. So that creates an interesting dynamic here where, although the Assembly has technically adjourned, it has been stated that they may come back for special session if an agreement can be reached. And so far, the proposals on the table, as I kind of laid out there earlier, don't really increase funding for schools. They provide kind of what should have been provided in the first place, along with this tax credit. But also, as we've talked about here, property taxes are kind of the symptom. They're not the disease. And the disease is the state not funding our public schools appropriately. And you can use a couple of different mechanisms to try to reduce property taxes, and obviously that's a concern. But unless you're actually addressing the disease of not funding our schools, the property tax symptom is going to persist. And so the proposals that you have now, bring some funding to the table that should have been there already, but we've already seen that this coming April, any number of school districts are going to have to go to referenda again because they don't have actual spendable funding. And one of the things that could be done, and certainly perhaps the lawsuit being filed would spark some interest in doing this, is provide actual spendable funding for schools. And in the packages that have been described so far, again, the state's sitting on a $2.4 billion balance. You could put forward a proposal that not only put money into the general aid pot to reduce property taxes and support schools, but we could recommit ourselves to that 60% reimbursement rate for special education that actually would bring resources immediately to the table both this year and next. It's something the state can afford to do, and it would also probably create the conditions for some of these school districts where they wouldn't have to go to referendum. And of course, when you go to referendum, what are you doing? You're raising property taxes. So unless we see a real proposal to fund schools, and unless we address the core problems here, obviously the reason for that lawsuit being filed is apparent. We have not been funding our schools. They've selected a cross-section of 7 districts to kind of be representative of the state of Wisconsin. But as those individuals who represent those districts have said, they feel they're representing all students and all districts across the state of Wisconsin. So they've described that lawsuit, frankly, as being a team effort with them as original plaintiffs. But one, the legislature taking immediate action to fund our schools would probably be a good thing to do. And two, the success of that lawsuit, again, benefits students here in Milwaukee, students all over the state. So that is the update as I have it. Happy to answer questions if you have them.
Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? No, I know the next item will be related to this conversation. We can talk about it a little more. I would add too, not only is it difficult to not receive additional funding, but it's hard when we don't have a predictable funding source to budget out into the future. And as we're going through this current budget process and we're trying to do 5-year forecasts, it's really hard to make decisions this year that will impact future budgets when we don't have a predictable funding model. So thank you for that update. If there's no, Director Reza? Oh, I'm sorry, Director Vinoy.
So how could we encourage our constituents and everyone to support this? Like phone calls, marches, anything? Can we do anything?
Well, I think there's twofold here. If the legislature is going to reconvene under special session, calling whether you've got a Democratic representative or Republican representative, again, every part of the state supports its public schools. Calling on your legislator to create or support a proposal in the near term that actually funds schools. And again, we've talked a lot about that 60% reimbursement rate for special education. So I think we don't have to do a lot of additional education there. Ask for real funding for schools is one thing that people could do immediately. And if they want to point out the fact that it's the legislature that is being sued, and perhaps you want to address that immediately, I think you can. The reason it's the legislature that the case is being brought against is because the state constitution makes clear that's the body responsible. So questions have been asked, shouldn't the governor be included, what have you, but the attorneys in the case are focusing on the legislature because that's the direction given by the court. So near term, let's fund a proposal with the money we have to actually fund our schools. Long term, certainly, please visit, I think the attorneys and the plaintiffs would want you to visit that website, learn more, there's video there to describe why this is taking place. The complaint is there in detail for people who want to read that. So that's a good first step. And then they also have, I think, ways that people can get involved if they would like.
Director Ferguson and then O'Halloran.
So my first question is, when is the last time our students have gone to the state capitol so that legislators can actually see their faces?
President Zambor, Director Ferguson, that is an interesting question. I don't know that I have a specific answer to it. We often make sure that our students are attending school on the days that they're supposed to attend school. Otherwise, frankly, we'll get some questions from legislators as to why aren't you in school? And certainly we do visits and our individual schools go up there from time to time. But there is going to be, this is Public Schools Week. There's going to be action in the rotunda of the state capitol on Friday. But just making sure that we're following our attendance procedures with regard to the responsibility we have. You've seen some other schools take students up to the state capitol from time to time, but I think we communicate more locally and our students participate that way.
Follow-up?
Yeah, I think it would be effective maybe even if we can try to organize some type of action up there, because it's easy to sign on to bills and to vote certain ways when you never have to face the people that you're voting against. And so I think, especially in this hour, what we're seeing out of the legislature, I think isn't, we have to organize some type of action at the state capitol where they can actually look in the faces of our students and our families that they're passing bills right over. So I think it's a shame what our kids are subjected to, and it's probably going to get worse if they never feel the pressure or feel the heat of the ones that they're actually affecting. So I would love to work with you on organizing some type of, effort for our students to go to Madison and actually meet with legislators, have a day of action up there for us. It's public school week. That's great. It would have been great to have, a presence there this time around, but maybe we don't this time, but look forward to the summer maybe when kids are out of school. I think we've done an effective job communicating the fact that the legislature has not done right by our kids. I think that's a soundbite that has traveled its course. Now we have to put some action behind what we're saying, I think. Put our kids in their faces so they can say and vote in front of our kids.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran?
Thank you. I just wanted to add for constituents who are reaching out to, their representatives in Madison and advocating for the 60% for special education. Just as a reminder, this has bipartisan support. The speaker's blue ribbon report on education funding from the late 2010s. So Representative Speaker Voss was the person who directed this commission to exist. This commission went across the state, spoke with people in red districts and blue, and came up with a set of recommendations that had bipartisan support. And one of the recommendations was to move special education funding to 60%. So that recommendation has been out there in the ether, in the environment for almost a decade now. This is not like, we're advocating for something that's completely off the wall. This came out of, and to be clear, although it was a bipartisan supported set of recommendations, it was led by two Republican representatives who led this committee. So I just want to, this is not something that's wacky or off the wall. This is something that the state has agreed upon as a set of values. And so this is something that there is precedent for. So for those constituents who are reaching out to their representatives in Madison, you can look that up. And if you want to do a 60-mile march to Madison for special education funding, I will cheer you on. I don't know that I'm leading it this time.
Any other comments or questions? Director Herndon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to add that we can't overlook the fact that our state legislator did add funds, and just not to public schools. They upped the ante for voucher schools up to 95% reimbursement, while they continued to hold public schools, and that's not just MPS, that's statewide. Thank
you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Madam Secretary, if there's no other comments from Mr. Thiel, I want to thank him for his report. Madam Secretary, if there's no objections, we have one item of new business that I would like to take next. Seeing no objections, would you call that item, please?
Madam President, that item is introduction of and immediate action on Resolution 2526R-006 by Directors Zomber and Herndon in support of legislation to fund public schools. This item has been noticed for immediate action. The resolution was sponsored by Directors Zomber and Herndon. Additional members may also wish to sponsor.
Thank you. We all know that the Milwaukee Board of School Directors believes that public education is a fundamental public good, and that every child, regardless of zip code, family income, race, language, or ability, deserves access to resources and opportunities necessary to thrive. We all share a responsibility with state and local communities to uphold Wisconsin's constitutional promise of equal opportunity for a sound basic education. On February 24th, 2026, students, parents, educators, districts, and advocacy organizations filed a lawsuit in Eau Claire County Circuit Court alleging that Wisconsin's current school finance system violates these constitutional guarantees. As board members, we have a fiduciary duty and a moral obligation to advocate for sustainable, equitable, constitutionally sufficient, and predictable funding for every public school student. The current funding structure restricts districts' ability to meet student needs and amplifies disparities by tying educational opportunity to local property tax capacity. Even as Wisconsin sits on a $2.4 billion surplus, lawmakers have provided $0 in general state aid for public school students this year. The legislature has both the authority and fiscal capacity to right this wrong. This resolution reaffirms the board's position that a free and uniform public education system is foundational to democracy and community well-being, and formally expresses support for litigation seeking to require the state legislature to fulfill its constitutional obligation to adequately and equitably fund public education. Vice President Herndon and I ask for your support in adopting this resolution. Do any other, the resolution's attached. We're not going to read it verbatim into the record, but it is attached for you to review. Do other board members wish to make comments? Director O'Halloran.
If it would be pleasing to the authors of the resolution, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor for this, please.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I would also.
Okay, I see Director Reza would like to be added, Director Benoit, Director Ferguson, Director Seamson, Director Fons. Yes, please add all the board members. Yes, thank you. And the superintendent. Would anyone like to make comments or ask questions about the resolution? It also has some directions for administration on what that support would look like or could look like. Okay. With that, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item?
I move approval.
Oh, Director Ferguson.
I move approval for this resolution.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Director Reza. If there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to approve this resolution as attached, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vanoy.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Yay. Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication is action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters. The recommendation is that the board consider this item in closed session.
If there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
Madam President, there is one communication from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. The first report is the monthly report with possible action on activities within the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present the report?
Thank you, Chair Zambor, Matt Chasen, OAE. That report is before you. I'll just briefly highlight on February the 10th, we did bring forward the 5-year forecast for the board and the public's inspection. Given the conversation that took place on the previous item, I just want to stress too that under the revenue limit formula by the state, the district's ability to spend is capped. Even if the state introduces additional state aid, it does not necessarily mean that we have more spending authority. And so I just want to make sure that that point is understood, because even if the state were to fund us at a higher rate, it does not necessarily mean that we have more overall revenue available to us. And in the absence of increases in revenue authority in tandem with increases in state aid, it does not allow us to meet other inflationary pressures that were highlighted in the forecast. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do board members have any comments or questions? Okay. Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is our next item of business?
The next item is action on reports of the independent hearing officers of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, student expulsions.
The chair will entertain a motion to accept, modify, or reject the reports of independent hearing officers of the dates and times listed in our agenda. Do we have a motion? Director O'Halloran?
I move we accept the reports from the independent hearing officers as attached.
Director Herndon?
Second.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to accept the reports of the independent hearing officers as attached, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fons?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Reza?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
Director Benoit?
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
We will now have the reports of the standing committees. Since public hearing was given at the committee meetings, the board, as is customary, will not be giving public hearing on these reports this evening. Madam Secretary, what is the first report?
The first report is the report of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. No items of this report have been set aside.
Do board members wish any other items to be set aside? Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. Item 2, action on recommended administrative appointments, promotions, reassignments, and reclassifications, salary increases, decreases, and limited term employment contracts exceeding 60 days has been set aside at the request of the administration.
Do board members wish any items to be set aside? Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is the report of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. No items of this report have been set aside.
Do board members wish any other items to be set aside? Okay. May I please have a motion to approve the balance of the committee reports, for the committee reports? Director O'Halloran.
I move to approve the balance of the committee reports.
Seconded by Director Reza.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the balance of the committee's reports, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Fons,
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza,
Aye.
Director Simpson,
Aye.
Director Benoit,
Aye.
and Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the first item set aside?
The first item set aside is from the report of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. Item 2, action on recommended administrative appointments, promotions, reassignments, and reclassifications, salary increases, decreases, and limited term employment contracts exceeding 60 days. Your committee recommended approval of the administration's recommendation to approve the appointments and LTE contracts on the attachment. The item was set aside at the request of the administration.
Director Herndon, do you need to comment on this item?
Yes, I ask that this be set aside because I must recuse myself on voting for this item. Would you like me to leave? Okay.
Does the administration have any new information to present?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Caselli as superintendent. The administration requested to have this item pulled as we were continuously working to ensure the most up-to-date information possible. We have revised this list and are requesting the board's approval of this item at this, as attached.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran?
I move to approve administration's recommendation with the revised appointments as attached.
Do we have a second? Seconded.
I'll second her motion.
Seconded by Director Simpson. If there's no further, is there any discussion before we vote? Okay. If there's no further discussion, you can call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the administration's revised recommendations as indicated in the third revised attachment. Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
Director Vinoy,
Present.
and Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That is 6 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there, Director O'Halloran,
I was going to say, before we move on, can we just take a second to congratulate and thank all the people who were newly hired or taking on a new role within the district. Thank you for bringing your talents to serve the students, staff, and community of Milwaukee.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are there any items of regular business?
Yes, there are 2 items of regular business. Item 1 is the reports of the board's delegates. The first report is the report of the board's delegate to the library board.
Would the delegate like to make any remarks?
I believe that he's not here, that Director Jackson is not
okay.
here.
Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is the report of the board's delegate to CISA 1.
Would the delegate like to make any remarks? I'm trying to remember who it is.
No, the report is attached.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is the report of the board's delegate to the District Advisory Council.
Would the delegate like to make any remarks? Nope, okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is the report of the board's delegate to WASB.
Would the delegate like to make any remarks? Okay. Do other delegates have a report they would like to share? All right. Madam Secretary, what is the next item of regular business?
Item 2 is the monthly report of the president of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
First, I would like to mention that we're celebrating Public Schools Week. Public Schools Week is a time to recognize the vital role public schools play in our communities and in shaping the future of our nation. Our public schools bring together students of all backgrounds, provide opportunities for growth and discovery, and are supported by dedicated educators and staff who work tirelessly every day. I want to thank our educators and staff for their commitment to equity, excellence, and the success of every student. My report is attached to the item. I also just want to, one of the activities for this month, we went to Keefe Avenue School, and just want to thank the community partners that are helping us with the lead screenings. Cole and Navir, that work is so important. I think families really trust them, and it is helping us get more students tested at a faster rate than we were able to do before, and so just want to thank our community partners in that work. And our school nurses, yes, because I know they're working side by side with them. Thank you. All right. With that, Madam Secretary, is there any unfinished business before the board?
We have no items of unfinished business.
Madam Secretary, is there any new business? Oh, actually, we already did that. Madam Secretary, are there any communications for referral to committee?
No, Madam President, we have no communications.
Are there any resolutions for referral?
No, Madam President, we have no resolutions for referral.
Okay. What is the next item on our agenda?
Madam Chair, we are back to the item that we previously deferred, action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters. The recommendation is that this item be considered in closed session.
The chair will accept a motion to consider this item, or these items in closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent G, for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel for the board who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the board with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved. Does anyone so move?
So moved.
Director Ferguson?
Yes.
Moved by Director Ferguson. Vice President Herndon? Seconded? Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent G, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vinoy.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, the board will now retire to closed session to discuss the items read by our secretary. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.